Buenas noches a todos, ¿cómo estamos? Bienvenidos al canal YouTube Sports Máximo. Soy José María y estamos aquí con Vampyr, con la Play 5, para ya completar el juego. Lo más seguro que se complete hoy, pero tengo mis dudas y a lo mejor lo completaremos mañana seguro. Así que vamos allá a tope con este juego. Recordad, estamos con la Play 5. Hola Paco, buenas noches, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estamos? Buenas noches, Genaro Salomón. Hola José María, tengo una pregunta. Si estoy jugando con la Xbox Series y se va la luz, ¿se puede dañar el disco SSD? A mí nunca me ha pasado. Se me ha ido la luz y tanto el PS5 la serie que no. Cuando tú arrancas, ella misma te dice ha habido un problema y te va a pedir recuperar esos datos y tú vas siguiendo lo que te va diciendo la consola y ya está. No. Nunca me ha pasado. Teóricamente no tiene por qué pasar. Después lo recupera los datos. Muy bien, me alegro, Paco. ¿Vas a ver hasta el final, Paco? ¿O esta noche o no? Yo creo que esta noche se completa. Pienso, lo que no sé, a qué hora se va a completar. Si a las 4 de la mañana o a las 5. Pero se va a completar. Yo creo que sí. Y si no, mañana. Mañana por mañana lo completo. Bueno, ya estamos aquí. Ya el personaje tiene nivel 35. Mi perrita que me quiere mucho. Mi Katy. Guapa. Venga. Vamos. Fijaros lo que ha pasado. Como aquel señor que hemos matado, el que estaba aquí cuando en la casa, lo hemos matado. La casa está medio derrumbada, ¿vale? El cuadro ya no está el cuadro. Bueno, el cuadro está, pero ¿ves? Está mal caído. Y antes podíamos bajar, pasar por aquí. Y ya la única forma para pasar es saltando. O sea, el juego va cambiando. Va cambiando según vamos matando a la gente. Es increíble. Esa puerta estaba cerrada.
It's locked.
Vale, se puede. Claro, la casa estaba súper bonita y no había ningún problema, ¿sabes? Por aquí. Pero ahora, fíjate cómo son las cosas, que ha cambiado,
It's locked, all right.
Es que, Paco, estoy haciendo todo. Misiones secundarias, los eventos importantes, estoy haciendo todo.
I can't believe I'm doing this. This is despicable.
A un 10. Joder, tío, me ha craseado, tío. Me ha craseado, hijo puta. Me ha craseado. ¿Y ahora de dónde empezaremos? Tío, macho. Cuando pasan estas cosas me da una rabia, tío. Que flipas. Juan Carlos, buenas noches.
That building is under quarantine. Could this be what I'm looking for? Good evening, old chap. Are you all right?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not a well man.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Can you help me?
Infection is everywhere
¿Qué me
these
parece
days.
Vampyr? Una obra
You
maestra.
ever go to the park near that swanky house belonging to the Milady?
Que siga con Red Dead Redemption.
What about the Mullaneys?
Antes de acabar el año nos
What
seguimos
about
con
their
el...
house?
Not enough noise for a big family with children. Not enough movement. Closed doors. What is going on in there? I wonder.
Clarence, why have you distributed leaflets about vampires all across the West End?
I have to warn everybody about them. They've killed thousands of people already. Unnoticed thanks to the epidemic. We are all in danger here.
Vampires in London? Come on, Clarence. Who's going to believe that?
I'm not mad, Jonathan. You have to believe me. I know they are real. They're all around us, even as we speak.
Clarence, you've always been a reliable and a good friend to me. If you say you saw a vampire, then I believe you.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you for your trust. You don't know what that means to me.
It's all right. But if you want my help, you have to explain exactly what happened.
The first time it was in Rouen. I saw an officer drink the blood of a soldier. I saw its teeth, saw it bite. It was a vampire, Johnny, and they're here too.
Clarence, tell me about the vampire you saw in France.
I was enjoying my leave in Rouen. I left the bar, took a shortcut back to the barracks. I saw it in a back alley. An officer in a stained uniform biting into a soldier's neck.
Did you ever see that officer again?
No. Wore the uniform of the Royal Warwickshire Regiment. I did some research but found no trace of him. He probably stole it from a previous victim.
But you were drunk, weren't you? Are you sure these two men were not just kissing?
Please don't insult me, Johnny. I hid, and I saw him leave. Then I saw the body, drained of all blood. I've seen the same marks here in London since I've returned.
Tell me what you have discovered about vampires, Clarence.
They've always been here. And if you search for long enough, you realize others know about these devils too. I'm not alone.
Have you shared your research with anybody else?
No. But I've published my leaflets all across the city, hoping that someday someone will realize I'm printing the truth.
What do you mean you're not alone? Who have you met?
The Guard of Prewin, the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, Ichabod Throgmorton. Those names always pop up when you dig deep enough.
Have you spoken with any of them?
No. With the quarantine, it's almost impossible to leave the West End. But as a doctor, maybe you could, Johnny.
Are you asking me to help you prove the existence of vampires, Clarence?
Yes, Johnny. Please, gather all the information you can find about vampires and bring it to me. You're the only friend I have left. I need you.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
Voy a bajar la cámara.
It's locked.
There's one of them vermin!
A ver qué tenemos aquí. Nueva arma. Vale.
What? Leave me alone with them while you go back to your home. Fucking convenient.
I love you!
Fucking pathetic pig.
Could it be a new stage in the disease's evolution?
Me dan miedo estos vampiros, ¿eh? Ah, Gabriel, buenas. ¿Cuánto me falta? 1 hora, hora y media. Lo quería hacer hoy, pero quiero terminar este juego. Ah, qué amor.
So the husband had an affair with Doris Fletcher.
Asquerosos cuando explotan. Son muy daño, ¿eh?
I have this thirst for blood. This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood. This is despicable.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. A great night, what?
¿Qué tal el Lies of P? Me ha gustado Backtracking. Buenas noches. Lo que pasa que como tengo en la cabeza con este, me confundía de botones, ¿sabes? Es un juego muy difícil, muy chulo, muy guapo, pero muy difícil. Más que nada por los bosses. Te quita mucha vida de un golpe. Y tú para matarlos tienes que darle un montón de golpes. No sé. El juego es para jugarlo, pues, hacer una maratón. Como dice, como el Steel Racing, la mañoca, ¿te acuerdas? Que lo completamos. Centrarme en ese juego y no tocar ni otro juego. Porque cuando juegas otro juego, ese juego, como requiere que seas preciso y que no te equivoques en ningún mal momento, pues mejor jugarlo, ese juego, y no tocar ninguno más. Pero ahora mismo no tengo tiempo para eso.
So,
No
did you
tengo
try the
tiempo
restaurant I recommended?
para ese juego.
Oh, yes. I can't thank you enough, my dear
Pero me ha
doctor.
gustado, pero ya digo,
Exquisite,
¿sabes qué pasa?
but expensive.
Que
But
como
what
yo,
is
mucha
money
gente
made
juega en
for,
varios juegos.
if not for?
Entonces le va a costar mucho jugar con ese juego. A no ser que coja ese y no lo suelte. Entonces, pero es muy difícil. Ya verás tú que aquí la semana que viene vas a encontrar muchos en la tienda de segunda mano. Porque la gente lo va a devolver. Cuando se dan cuenta que lo difícil que es, la gente lo devuelve.
Don't you think your money could be better spent in these difficult times?
Your words hurt, Doctor. I thought you and I were friends. But since you ask, I'm rich enough to finance my passions. And various charities across the city.
Perhaps my words were too harsh. Please forgive me if I've upset you.
Oh, no harm done. After I die, all my fortune will go to the suffering people of the East End. Until then, I aspire to live the most pleasant life possible.
I may have a look at your goods, Mr. Russell.
Don't let any strangers come into your house. Have you noticed anything suspicious recently? Remember, don't let any strangers come into your house.
I cannot enter.
Yo no sé si voy bien por aquí o no. Lo voy probando. ¡Ay, dando el rodeo! ¿Has dado el rodeo? No jodas. Parece que vamos bien, ¿no?
It's locked, all right. Why are vampire hunters sniffing around here? I need to find out what they're after.
Salute! Kill it! Stop it!
Buenas noches, Josep88 Gamer. ¿Qué tal?
Better go home, sir. I said go back home.
Germán, buenas noches.
I have this thirst for blood. This woman's body has multiple lacerations. They're deep, too. Whoever did this was driven by rage.
Hostia, qué mal rollo me está dando aquí, ¿eh?
He had his tongue removed and his eyes gouged out. He was a victim of brutal torture.
Este juego tiene un toque de terror, ¿eh? ¿Me gustó Final Fantasy XVI? A ver, yo demostré en el canal que yo podía vencer a los enemigos con los ojos cerrados. Lo demostré. Con los bosses no, pero con los enemigos normales. Y cuando eso ocurre es que hay algo mal. Y luego la calidad gráfica es que da pena. De hecho, no sé si lo sabes, que lo puedes averiguar. Square Enix ha caído la bolsa 30% por culpa de no haber hecho bien el juego Final Fantasy XVI. No sé si lo sabías. Ponte a averiguar. Ha caído la bolsa 30% por hacer un mal juego. Y tú te vas a una tienda, de cualquier tienda de videojuegos, y en donde vendan segunda mano, y donde vas a encontrar muchísimos son Final Fantasy XVI, pero muchísimos. ¿Por qué? Porque la gente se da cuenta que no es lo que ellos esperaban. En cambio, el Final Fantasy VII, el nuevo que va a venir, la segunda parte, que vendrá el primer minuto del año que viene, ese juego pinta muy bien y luce muy bien de gráficos. Pero el 16, siempre lo dije, lo hicieron con tal de sacar dinero para invertir en el otro. La IA muy mala, los NPCs cara cartón, no tiene expresiones. Es un desastre de juego.
This one's neck is broken. He was young. Probably the son.
Tiene que haber un super vampiro porque se ha cargado a la gente que da gusto. ¿Qué es? Hay alguien que vive, ¿eh? Veo el corazón, la sangre. Ten cuidado, ten cuidado. Que esto no pinta nada bueno. Una emboscada. Esto es una emboscada.
You thought I was dead too, didn't you? No, I was just
Que os dije que esto es una emboscada.
Doris told me I could have been a great actress.
You killed your family.
They mocked my talent.
Me la he cargado, ¿eh? Me la he cargado, señores. Era potente, ¿eh? Si aquí no uso mi
This
superpoder,
girl took
me
lessons
come,
at the
pero me
famous
come
Doris
rápido, ¿eh?
Fletcher acting school.
Si no uso mi superpoder aquí, me destroza. Nada más. Sí, lo voy a jugar, eso sí. El DLC de Resident Evil 4 lo vamos a jugar. Y la de Ada. ¿Dónde? No, tengo la versión PS5 y la versión Serie X. No lo sé. No sé dónde lo voy a jugar, Sí, porque yo compré ese juego en digital para Play 5. Luego lo compré en físico para la Serie X. O sea que me da igual. No sé, ya veré dónde lo jugaré. Quizá la Serie X, porque estoy subiendo mucho de Play 5.
Doris Fletcher seems to be the missing link here. It can't just be a coincidence. I should go to her acting school.
Tendría que evolucionar. Tendría que ir a dormir. Ya me está avisando. Sí, tengo que dormir. Tengo que dormir. Vamos a subir de nivel. Aquí tenemos nivel 36. A ver, nivel 4, 4. Cuatro, cuatro. Aquí tengo dos para comer. Este y estos dos. Tengo para comer esto. Aquí puedo sacar 8000 puntos de experiencia. 8000 puntos de experiencia puedo sacar aquí. Y aquí. Aquí también. Aquí puedo sacar. Matar a este, Bot Digby y Chabot Tromortón. Vaya nombres. Aquí tengo para matar dos aquí y más dos al otro lado. Serían 16.000 puntos. Hostia, esto me interesa. Sí. ¿Y aquí qué hay? Nuevo diálogo disponible aquí. Vamos aquí. Pero bueno, aquí hay uno para matar. Vamos aquí.
Fresh water. As long as it... It's not holy water. I may find some use for it.
Are you from Ascalon? I don't care!
Puta, con huevo. Esta era mío, tío. Tío, tan fuerte.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Do you need help, sir?
I think I'm fine. But what happened to my jailer? Be careful.
MC Jesús,
He's as
saludos desde Perú.
vicious as
Hace
he
poco
is
adquirí
strong.
la PS5.
You don't have to worry about him
Te
anymore.
está saliendo sangre por la nariz.
What
Yo creo que de tanto vampiro.
I am Tadao Kimura. I was imprisoned by this lunatic for several days. I thought I was going to die here.
You're not going to die now, Mr. Kimura. If you
la mayor
hurry,
definición.
you should
Esa
be able to
información
get
la
home
encontré
safely.
It
En tu canal.
seems that
Muy
I
bien.
owe you my life,
Sí, yo lo
You
jugué.
have all my
el
gratitude,
original,
Dr.
la
Reed.
Play 5.
since it is the most
Joder,
precious
macho, me
thing
estás
I
dando sangre,
possess.
Joder. ¿Pero qué pasa ahora, tío? ¿Está sano?
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura. Take care. Are you sure you'll manage to reach the West End by yourself, Mr.
Joder.
Kimura?
Yes, I'm perfectly capable of defending myself when not ambushed by insane cultists.
A la puta, tío. Estoy sangrando, tío. Vale, toda la ropa manchada de sangre, tío. Toda la ropa manchada de sangre, tío. Parece que me ha mordido un vampiro, tío. No lo entiendo, tío. No me toco la nariz ni nada. Ha venido de golpe, se ha roto la venita, lo que sea. Voy a tener que cambiarme, señores. Ya estoy todo lleno de sangre. Ahora vengo, señores. Dame un minuto que... A ver. Joder, claro, sangrar. Bueno, disculpadme, señores, que me he pasado a sangrar por la nariz. Sí, uf. puedo hablar con él.
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura. Take care.
¿Por qué no puedo hablar con él?
Are you sure you'll manage to reach the West End by yourself, Mr. Kimura?
Yes, I'm perfectly capable of defending myself when not ambushed by insane cultists.
Pues nada.
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura. Take care.
Ah, empezó a sacar a Paco y no paraba, no paraba.
Best be on your way home. Don't come closer.
No good plan.
It's locked.
One of them! That leads us fast!
Buenas noches, Mic 83.
Steady, boys! Ah! It's too fucking fast!
Tengo que encontrar la forma de entrar al teatro. Por aquí detrás. O por detrás. Joder, ¿pero cómo se entra? aquí? Por aquí se entra al hotel. No. Aquí nunca he estado. espalda. Qué susto me ha dado. Hijo de su madre.
This is no place for you, sir. We have to stop it!
This is despicable.
Hola Alejandro, Copycat, buenas noches. Aquí ya no hace calor ya. Está bien, pero aquí ya no. Joder, me he ido al hospital, tío.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you
Me voy a
again.
comer, tío. Ah, no, está salvado.
Please show me what you have to sell. Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful. It's locked. Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again. Goodbye, Mr. Chidana. Good evening, Dr. Ackroyd.
If you say so.
Este tiene todas las pistas ya. Y este otro también. Me como los dos. A los dos médicos. A los dos médicos me como.
All our patients, so many of them. Will Strickland be up to the task? I wonder.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Yo también me lo como. Que me como a todos. Médico, enfermera, paciente, me como de todo, tío.
I could have saved Mr. Fiddick if I had more time. I could have shown you all.
I'm sorry you ended up on my plain and cold medical bench, sir. I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation. It's locked, all right.
Y abajo tenía otro despacho.
It's locked.
Hello, Jonathan. How are things on the West End front?
Complicated, my friend. The rich and powerful feel threatened by the disease and have asked me to put an end to it.
Yes. It is odd how resolving a crisis suddenly increases in urgency when it affects those who matter.
It looks like the epidemic is spreading to the western districts of London. I am trying to locate the source of the infection.
It won't be an easy task, my friend. This disease is highly contagious.
Do you not think epidemiology could be helpful in this matter? To retrace the origin of infection through time and topology?
If anyone can perform such a miracle, it will be you, Dr. Reed.
Since this epidemic is evidently linked to the vampire curse, we must find the original carrier to understand where it comes from.
I admire your logic, Jonathan, but be careful.
Rationality, when it comes to your kind, is not always a reliable lens.
Do you know Aloysius Dawson, the famous tycoon, is well versed in vampire and occult knowledge?
No, I did not. But that is no
final.
surprise. For half a century, it has been quite
Esta
the
noche
trend
lo vamos a
for
terminar.
English nobility to
Creo que
join
sí,
secret
que terminamos esta noche.
societies and occult circles.
Did he contact the
Creo que sí,
Brotherhood of
esta noche lo
St. Paul?
terminamos.
Try to join
que
your
sí.
group?
It would not surprise me, but I am certain he's never been a member.
But Aloysius Dawson is only a rich merchant.
Yes, richer than Croesus. Wealth is more respected than title these days, even in England.
Does the Brotherhood of St. Paul know anything about the Ascalon Club?
Well, I'm afraid that's unlikely. Ascalon is a sensitive topic, and whatever material the Brotherhood has, I may not have access to.
Who could answer me then?
Usher Talltree, our current primate, may be the only one able to answer you. He's a discreet man who lives in the West End.
Thank you for your time, Edgar.
Bueno, vamos a dormir. no me lo voy a gastar más porque es que... Este... Aquí. Vale, ahora voy a esta zona a comerme este y este. Bot Digby y Chabot Tromortón. Eso todo me lo tengo que comer ya. Gané 8000 puntos de más de experiencia.
Have you found Oswald?
Not yet, sir. I need more information first.
All right. What do you want to know?
What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. Taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
It's an each! Kill it! Turn around, sir. Stop now!
Best be on your way out.
Last warning, sir! Kill it! Be strong, brothers! The power! Die, Valley!
Vale, este lo tengo que comer.
You again. What do you want?
Tío, él es mío. Porque ella también va a ser mía. No, ella no, todavía no. Es igual, te como a ti ya.
Without the wet boots keeping things straight, the cart will be running completely in your box.
Espera. Deja de pensarlo bien.
You again.
O
What do
tiene
you
algo de
want?
información y voy muy rápido.
Have you heard anything about Sean Hampton's shelter?
That bastard's become something of a holy man these days. Someone should remind him who really rules the dogs.
Dice, Francis, dice, ¿tiene la nariz usted blanca o un píxel? No, es que me he puesto un poquito de papel porque he sangrado. He sangrado, Francis.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
You again. What do you want?
Me lo como. Vamos a chupar la sangre.
My sweet queen, who will protect you from yourself? Will you cry for me?
Esta mejor, esta arma. Esta arma mejor. Si pongo esta. No. Ahora tengo que ver otro más.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. What do you want?
Have you got any news about Sean Hampton's shelter?
As long as he keeps on helping the poor, I'll keep my boys at bay, even if he pisses them off.
Can I see what you have to sell?
As long as you have money, I'll show you all I have.
localizar ahora. Tengo que localizar. Ahí no. Chabot. A Chabot tengo que localizarlo y matarlo.
Good dog fault, they say. Then the gangs, the epidemic, everyone's throwing the blame.
I have this thirst for blood.
Good evening, Mrs. Fishburne. May I come in, please?
Of course. Dr. Reed. Please don't stay too long, sir.
It's locked, all right.
What can I do for you, Dr. Reed?
Aren't you worried about the conditions around here?
Hate everywhere. The city will not sink because of this flu. It's the violence that will finish us all.
Goodbye, Miss Fishburne. Take care of yourself. Evening, Rufus.
Evening, Mr. Reed.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation?
I never really felt safe in this town anyway. Now's the first time that everyone seems to feel the same way as me.
Is anything worrying you right now?
Gunshots. I hear them every night. Who's firing? Who are they shooting at? That's what's scary.
So long, Rufus. Be careful. Take care.
Folks been hiding in.
Good evening, Mr. Fishburne.
Yeah.
Aren't you worried about the conditions here in London?
I've heard armed men have started patrolling the city, even killing the sick to stop the epidemic. Starting to like this city again.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
can't believe I'm doing this.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Reed.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
You again? What do you want?
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton. Good evening, young man.
There's no need to call me that, Dr. Reed.
Show me what you have to offer then, Mr. Nightingale.
Aquí, ya te he encontrado, tío. Ya te he encontrado. Ya te he encontrado.
Good evening, Mr. Throgmorton.
Dr. Reed, can I be of any assistance? Have you noticed anything suspicious lately?
Tú ya tienes todas las... ¿Ves? Esta tiene todas las pistas ya descubiertas, ¿no? Y tiene el máximo punto de experiencia de sangre. Pues este me lo como ya. Ya no tiene sentido que tengamos aquí viviendo. Este no lo comemos. Venga, tío, que te como.
Killed by a real vampire. How unexpected. Thank you, Dr. Reed. For in the end, you made me fulfill my destiny.
Ya tendría que dormir. Ahora tendría que dormir para evolucionar. ¿Qué me lo dice? Ahora para el bien tendría que dormir. Joseiro, ¿qué dices? Buenas noches. Unos combates con mi tío, que es ultra fan, como yo, de Mortal Kombat. Miramos día 8. Y he ganado yo. Muy bien. Disfrútalo. A ver. Pero si pongo este. Vale, tenemos que curar a este. Vale, tenemos que curar a estas 3 personas. Y este también. A ver, el hombre lobo aquí aparecerá por ahí.
I'd head back if I were you, sir. Bruce the boys!
It's one of them!
Best run along home, sir.
Si tuvieras que elegir una, ¿cuál te quedaría? ¿El PS5? No lo sé, tío. Cada uno tiene sus cosas buenas y malas. Punto mejorar. No sabría qué decirte. Quizás me le quedaría la Play 5 en este momento por el tema de los juegos exclusivos me gustan más. Aunque tiene juegos muy buenos, exclusivos en el Xbox, todavía no está al nivel de la Play 5. Quizá, Yo siempre he tenido Xbox y Play. Siempre. Igual, a mí no me hagas caso porque yo soy fan de las dos marcas.
Your kind's not... You again? What do you want?
Do you need medical help, Miss Paxton?
I may, but I have no money for your scams, Doctor.
I don't charge patients. My scam is much more subtle than that, Miss Paxton.
All right, then. Thank you, Doctor. But don't think I take you for an ally of the working class.
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Yeah, people are still working at this time, while you're lot slurping soup before bed.
Ah, tiene una... Mira, le refleja porque tiene una cruz. ¿Lo ves? Al cuello. ¿Lo ves? Tiene un detalle este juego que es brutal, brutal. Es muy bueno, muy bueno. Aquí haré de espía.
Get a grip. Look at yourself. It's quite hard to do without a mirror. Can I borrow yours? Oh, wait. We don't have a house.
Yes, we're poor, but there is work to do. Honest money waiting to be earned.
I had honest work before I was fired by those fascist pigs, remember? So let me drink in peace.
You were fired for the bottle, not for your political opinions. When will you realise that?
Maybe I do drink too much. And maybe it did cost me my job. But the struggle is real, and don't you dare undermine it.
Vamos a preguntar cositas a estas dos mujeres.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Reed.
Why do you and your sister Giselle have such opposing views, Lottie?
Giselle whines she lost her job due to her unionist activities, which started her drinking. Truth is, she got fired because she's an alcoholic.
And you don't share your sister's views?
On the contrary, I totally believe that workers need to unite to fight. I just disagree with Giselle's hatred for all wealth and riches.
What do you mean?
I don't believe that you were an automatic arsehole because you were born into a good family.
Perhaps your sister's addiction to alcohol is the result of her despair, but not the cause.
Perhaps you're right. But I'm tired of her playing the outraged and martyred social fighter while I earn money for both of us.
Don't you think she wants to get better?
I believe she knows her alcoholism is a worry to me. And that's another reason why she continues to drink so much.
Do you need my medical attention, Miss Paxton?
I can keep going, Dr. Reed.
Of course you can, Miss Paxton, but I wouldn't recommend it. Please, take this. You will feel better.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Thank you. Really.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
You again? What do you want?
Tell me why there is such resentment between you and your sister Lottie.
She recently fell under the sad saint's influence. Like she's an
¿Qué tal,
angel,
Joseiro?
and I'm
Pues que
bad
me gusta mucho su
drinking
ambientación,
sister.
sus gráficos. Todo bien, pero los bosses te quitan demasiado vida. Muy difíciles. Ya verás como una semana, 10 días con mucho, vas a ver un montón de juegos de ese en segunda mano. Porque la gente lo van a devolver.
Why would you be the bad sister?
I'm not a bad woman, you know. I'm tough.
Y en esta cosa
I
no me
get things
equivoco,
done.
No me equivoco.
But I have
Es más
this
difícil que un
rage.
Sekiro.
It makes me do things.
What kind of things?
I don't know, Dr. Reed. It's like, since I can't change this world, I'd rather destroy myself before the world destroys me.
Lottie sees herself as an angel. What do you mean?
These days, Lottie feels compelled to help
Si te
people
gusta
and
lo
follow
difícil,
Sean Hampton's
yo
example.
no lo voy a,
What does
voy a
that make
comprar.
me look like?
Yo porque
It
tengo
sounds
que
like you may be jealous of your sister.
Of course I am.
para mí es tirar
It's
dinero.
me who fought for our family.
para jugar con ese
It's
juego
me
bien, bien,
who got
tendría que
fired
dedicarme
because I
siempre a
led
él.
these strikes. And now
tengo otro
I'm
juego.
the bad seed and she's the good angel.
Mira, este ya me lo puedo comer, esta. Esta me la puedo comer. Esta me la como. A las 2. A las 2 me la voy a comer. Este... No. Esta tiene nivel 5, no me la puedo comer. Solamente la puedo curar. Este el 6 es un vampiro. Este ya me lo comeré bastante. Venga, me lo voy a comer a 2 hermanas.
Of life. I only managed to be hated by all the people I loved.
Ahora voy a por su hermano.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Reed.
Me las como y te lo juro, ya sé que es un juego, pero me da pena, tío, porque le pillas cariño. Me da pena, tío. Les pilla cariño, de verdad, A los personajes les pilla cariño y cuando te las comes, tío, me da mucha pena,
It's locked, all right.
Tengo que dormir, tengo que evolucionar. Claro, pero primero quiero curar a esta gente. Tengo gente que tengo que curar.
Good evening, young man.
There's no need to call me that, Dr. Reed.
Young man, Do you require medical attention?
I don't like asking for help, but I don't want to be one of those poor sods dying in the streets.
There's no shame in asking for help, especially when you are in desperate need of it. Here, take this. You should recover in no time.
Thank you, I suppose.
Bueno, señores, no sé si se ha ido el internet. Se ha ido el internet. No funcionaba. ¿Me podéis escribir en el chat si ya me pueden ver, por favor? A ver, ¿me podéis escribir? A ver, ¿me puede escribir si se me escucha, se ve bien? Es que se ha ido el internet durante 15 minutos. Luego ha vuelto. A ver. Ah, gracias, don Tato. Es que se ha ido el internet durante 15 o 20 minutos y no sé. No sé qué ha pasado. Se ha ido el internet y ha vuelto otra vez. Pero no os preocupéis, YouTube, ¿eh? Es culpa mía. Bueno, culpa mía. Lo de internet, la fibra óptica. Es raro que pase, pero pasa alguna vez. A ver. Tengo que curar. Antes de ir a dormir, tengo que curar a la chica. Que se llama... Edwina Cox. Está enferma. Está por aquí, ella está por aquí. Ya, pero da rabia. Da rabia que pase esta cosa. ¿Dónde estás? La chica debe estar por aquí. ¿Sabes? Lo que me da rabia este juego son tres cosas. No tiene mapa, ¿vale? No tiene mapa. Luego, cuando tú quieres buscar a una persona, no te dice exactamente dónde está. Tú lo estás buscando. Aquí estás. Ya la he encontrado.
Foolish girl and a priest.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Look who's back after all this butchery. Still visiting the docks at night, Dr. Reed.
Are you referring to Mr. Digby? He seemed a decent man, despite his profession.
Yes, he was a decent man. Too soft, maybe. They are all gonna pay for this.
Can I offer you my medical help, Miss Cox?
Giving out for free? You'd make a poor businessman, Dr. Reed.
Perhaps I would. Please, take this. You'll feel better.
Thank you. But don't expect me to owe you anything.
Can you forget your revenge for just a few minutes? I'd like to see your goods.
I doubled my price for all my customers.
That's part of my plan to make them pay, Doctor. And I make no exception.
Cosa que no necesito ya vendo, ¿sabes? Me den dinero.
Pleasure, sir. It's been a while since we've seen any new faces round here.
Guau, tío. Todos han muerto, tío. Se ha vuelto hostil. Todos han muerto, tío. Todos. Solo queda este. Todos que vienen están fuera ya han muerto. Buah, tío. De esta fuera ya hemos movido. Estos aún viven estos. Estos aún viven. Tendría que ir a verlos. Vamos aquí. Sí, te das cuenta, ¿no? ¿Qué opinas de Chile, José? ¿Qué es que te diga yo? Yo nunca he ido a Chile, no puedo opinar. Yo no puedo opinar de un sitio que no he ido. Me gustaría ir algún día. Nunca he ido a Chile. Yo siempre digo, para opinar hay que probarlo, ¿no?
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
I have a lot to do, Dr. Reed. If there's something you need, ask. Otherwise, I must get back to work.
Do you require medical assistance, nurse?
I will be fine. As soon as I can get some sleep.
Nurse, you won't be able to help people if you're sick. Take this, and do try to get some rest.
I'll try, Dr. Reed. Thank you.
No me la puedo comer. Tengo nivel 4 y ya nivel 5.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance. Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Do you require medical attention as well, Mrs. Goswick?
Do you know you're the only one who's asked me this? No. I don't feel well, actually.
Despite what you think about this place, I can tell you with absolute certainty, taking this will help you recover.
Well, at least your reputation seems well deserved. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for this hospital.
Y estos todos tengo que curarlos.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Do you need medical attention?
Well, the proximity of the dead is not the most healthy company, even if the quiet can be appreciated.
Don't take too many risks with your health, Mr. Chidana. None of us are immune to this disease.
And that is a good thing. Death and disease is a constant reminder of our mortality. But you have my thanks, Dr. Reed.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
Pues verdad. Vamos. Esto ya está. Tratamiento. Falta este. Que lo curo ahora. Falta para curarlo. Está por allí. A veces está por aquí.
Have you found Oswald?
Not yet, sir. I need more information first.
All right. What do you want to know?
Do you need medical attention, sir?
Afraid so. In the war, I was always worried about picking up something, getting some infection. Unfortunately, I've got that fear in London now.
Throughout history, some diseases have done more damage to armies than any weapon created by man. You were wise to be careful.
You're working at the Pembroke Hospital, aren't you? That's a good enough reason for me and Oswald to go there.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
No thanks, sir. Unless you're able to get rid of every rat in London.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Vale, la misión que tenemos que hacer está aquí. Aquí descubre al doctor Fletcher, es el origen de la epidemia. Contra el modo teatro. Primero voy a entrar aquí a hablar con ella. Y
Speak English, do ya? Filthy piece of shit!
marcha, Tato. Vale. Cuídate, buenas noches. Tengo que hablar con la vampira. Está por aquí.
Good evening, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm still investigating from inside the Ascalon Club. Can we talk?
Of course, my dear.
How is your investigation going?
I have decided to explore beyond the dictates of reason.
What do you mean?
You may on occasion find this house closed when you visit me. If so, it is because I have gone undercover. Sort of.
Who are you going to surveil? I hope you're not considering spying on McCullum or the Guard of Prewan.
No. I intend to ask a few questions in parts of town I rarely venture into. Dirty places where a delicate lady like myself should never be seen.
When will you return?
As soon as possible. And I don't intend to stay away for long.
There are many paintings adorning the walls here.
Yes?
Did you paint them?
No, my dear. But some of them. I have had a long time to learn from the best. I'm currently working on what could be my greatest masterpiece.
What is this masterpiece?
Your portrait, my dear Jonathan. It will be my gift to you, if I ever have time to finish it.
Have you met any famous painters?
Are you trying to divine my age by cross-checking historical dates, my dear? That's a devious parlor trick.
Well, Elizabeth, I've tried my best. Don't I deserve some reward at least?
Well, if you must know, I even posed for the greats. Now that you know it, you may recognize me when visiting museums.
I have investigated new sources of infection, and I may have found a new type of scowl. One suffering from heavy mutations that is extremely contagious.
Scowls come in various forms, you know. They are simply degenerate versions of their makers.
I believe these families are different, and I'm currently pursuing a lead. I know I can find the true source of contagion by finding who created these creatures.
That would be great news. Be very careful, my dear, when dealing with such creatures.
Goodbye, my dearest.
Goodbye, my beloved.
There's an open window on the second floor. I should be able to get in through that.
Dice que había una ventana en la segunda planta. ¿Será esta? Que si seguiré con Lear of P, de momento no. Es un juego que hay que tocarlo y no soltarlo. Si quieres, puedes jugar bien. Y tengo muchos juegos pendientes. Y juegos muy buenos que van a llegar.
Woe to you, nations of hypocrites. For in front of you stands the tall queen.
Can that be Doris Fletcher's voice? Where does it come from?
Cuando mueren explotan, tío. Son unos cabrones. estamos.
I have this thirst for blood.
Aquí habrá un boss.
Who are you? You who dared enter my realm. Are you here to worship or mock me?
I'm here to put an end to the vampire epidemic, Miss Fletcher.
Ah. But Doris Fletcher is no more. She was consumed by this putrid flesh that now enshrouds her.
You feel anger for what happened to you, but I can help you. I'm a doctor, Miss Fletcher.
Doris Fletcher is no more. All that remains are the dreams of the queen she was, and the queen she'll be. Until then, all shall die, for that was her final wish. Woe on my children, my beloved, die for the love of me. Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she was once renowned. Will she be the queen again once they all share her fate? Touché, sir. Come to me. Wait.
Menos mal que voy bien
I
chetado,
beg
tío.
you, wait.
What?
I
I
don't want to die.
And I did not come to kill you,
Me
Miss
quedan todavía
Fletcher.
unas horitas.
Will you spare me then? Save this cadaverous carcass of mine. Does your heart beat a little faster now? You fancy me then, Doctor?
No, Miss Fletcher. My dead heart will beat for only one.
Ah! Is she pretty? Is she sweet and tender?
To me, yes.
Ah! I hate her already.
I know. And this is partly why you must be destroyed.
But you just said...
That I did not come here to kill you, yes. But I realize now the threat you embody must be stopped.
Will I be remembered?
A que se quema ella misma.
Will you?
You were Doris Fletcher, the greatest actress of her generation. No one can take that from you.
Claro, es que yo vengo muy chetado. Yo he farmeado mucho.
And farewell,
Yo he hecho todas las misiones secundarias. Se podía hacer.
Farewell, Doris.
Bravo! So dramatic. I love it.
McCullum.
How strange I seem to find you whenever I'm inquiring about that skull infestation.
I mean you no harm.
I'm not here for you. But once I put all the pieces of the puzzle together, I'm sure we'll have a little chat, you and me.
Stay away from me, McCullum. You and all your war dogs.
That I can't guarantee, Dr. Reed. But I'll let you go. For now.
I should probably leave the theater right now. I cannot enter.
Voy muy chetado. No me preocupa, ¿eh?
The West End should be safe now.
No me preocupa porque voy
But London
a
is
un nivel
not.
muy alto, nivel 41.
It would be wise to benefit from this protection while I continue my research during the Great Hunt.
Yo tengo un nivel muy alto. A ver si puedo llegar al 50. Yo creo que puedo llegar al 50.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now. So Doris just needed to be close to her audience to infect them. Contagion through skin. Very disturbing. I can't believe I'm doing this. I have this thirst for blood.
Women of all countries unite!
We meet again, Mr. Kimura, in a more peaceful situation. situation?
Dr. Reed. Still visiting London by night?
We must both be nocturnal animals, you and I. After your captivity, I thought you'd be more cautious.
Breathing the cold night air helps calm my mind, sir. I've had the most frightening nightmares since I escaped that filthy jail.
Do you need medical assistance, sir?
Don't believe that I'm the kind of man with a fragile constitution. But I'm afraid my imprisonment has done more harm than I thought.
There is no need to be ashamed. We are all equally vulnerable to this disease.
Yes. I know now life is as precious as it is fragile.
How is the situation in the West End?
I've heard rumors about armed men patrolling and fighting infected citizens in these very streets. I was lucky they didn't shoot me when I was abducted.
May I ask you what you do for a living, Mr. Kimura?
I was a landlord. A wealthy one. And not a very kind one, I realized recently.
Why this sudden epiphany? Is it because of your near-death experience?
I was already feeling nostalgic about Weymouth, my hometown. With recent events, I'm thinking about going back there.
Why are you so nostalgic for your hometown, Tadao?
I was focused so much on making money, I almost forgot that my relatives and friends are threatened by this epidemic.
Have you heard anything from your family?
I was not only a bad landlord, I was also a bad husband. I've not seen my wife and son for years. Busy, busy, busy.
At least now you're ready to go back and see them. But don't be surprised if your son bears a grudge, sir.
You make it sound like you suffered from an absent father yourself, Dr. Reed. Well, I'll keep your warning in mind.
Have you no friends at all?
Over the years, I'm afraid my greed turned me into my friend's adversary, while I became friends with my professional rivals.
Those you grew up with didn't share your views on money and success.
Would you believe I was once a member of poetry circles and an astronomy club? We were young, such joyful dreamers then, but I stopped laughing long ago.
Karina, Urlo, nivel 2.
Can you change? And is it what you really want? If so, it must come from within, not without.
I've seen what an altruistic gesture can do. Nothing forced you to save me, Dr. Reed, but you did. I will follow your example in these matters from now on.
There is no need to thank me. Rescuing a London citizen should not be out of the ordinary, though I'm afraid it may appear so in these difficult times.
You did not only rescue me, you fought for me. You put your life in danger to save me. That's quite extraordinary.
How will you cope if you're attacked again?
I don't know. I've heard about these men and women who patrol the West End every night, chasing criminals like my abductor. Maybe I should join them.
What can you tell me about your abduction?
If you really want to know, I was locked in that building for 3 or 4 days. My jailer was insane, mumbling about sacrifice and voices.
What did he say about voices?
He constantly whined about the voice of his master, ordering him to do terrible things. He wanted to silence the voice by offering blood. My blood.
And why didn't he sacrifice you?
That was the weirdest part. He claimed to spill blood was not enough. It had to be done when some stars were aligned.
Which stars?
That's the whole point. He wanted me to talk to him about some Red Queen configuration or constellation. I've never heard of such an astronomical term.
Vale, este ya lo tengo todo, ¿ves? Este ya lo tengo todo, todas las pistas ya resueltas. Pues me lo como.
My family. I will never see them again. Will they ever know I died here? Will they remember me?
They're all around.
Good evening, old chap. Are you all right?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not well, man.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
Rats. Those clever rodents are cautious now. They won't approach.
Can I help you, Miss Billow? I'm a doctor.
Yes, you can help me. Free me.
No tengo tratamiento para ella.
I will see you later. I must go now. Goodbye, Miss Billow.
Karina. Tengo que hablar con Venus. allí vivía la casa. No me acuerdo de la casa.
Best turn around if I want to. Shit.
It's locked, all right.
Rats. Those clever rodents are cautious now. They won't approach.
Can I help you, Miss Billow? I'm a doctor.
Yes, you can help me. Free me.
Hasta ahora estaré yo. No tengo hora, hasta que me entre sueño. No. No pasa nada.
I will see you
No
later.
tengo horario. Es más, si veo yo que está a punto de terminar, haré doble sesión.
I must go now. Goodbye, Miss Billow.
Es que estoy buscando una chica. estoy buscando a esta. Que ella está en su casa. Pero no, cojones, no lo encuentro, tío. No lo encuentro. Es que aquí lo que falta son 3 cosas. Una, que no hay viajes rápidos. 2, tú escoges un personaje que quiere hablar. Por ejemplo, esta misma, la marco. La veo aquí, pero no puedo marcarla para que yo le cuente el mapa. Y te voy loco buscando las personas, tío. Eso tendría que arreglarlo, tío. No, ya no va a arreglarlo. Si se gana una segunda parte lo haría. He perdido mucho tiempo buscando gente. Ahora mismo no sé dónde tengo que ir para encontrar a esta persona. Este es un marido, puede ser.
They're all around you.
Está por aquí cerca.
Wait.
Está aquí. Ella está por aquí cerca. Yo me acuerdo que vivía en la casa. Pero no sé qué casa era. No me quedan 3 capítulos, sí, ya. Pero yo no los capítulos, las principales, los dejo como secundario. No quiero que me reviente un enemigo potente, ¿sabes? Yo quiero ir bien chetado, porque así cuando me salga un boss, lo reviente yo fácilmente. ¿Puede ser aquí? Aquí es.
Hello again, Venus.
Jonathan, you're
Ahora
still
me
up.
dejará pasar.
Can't you just knock at people's doors during the day?
I'm sure you can spare me a few
Va a
minutes.
costar encontrar esta casa.
For old time's sake.
Of course you may enter, Jonathan.
Ahora cuando terminemos con ella ya me pongo a hacer la misión principal.
But at this hour of night?
A robar. Vamos a robar. Y de paso, si me queda la pista, nos ayudará.
It's locked.
You know that you are always welcome here.
Lo termino hablando.
At this hour of night? I'm so sorry for your loss.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Venus.
So you returned from the war in one piece too. Thank God. My Clarence is back home too.
How is the old rascal?
Probably outside, chasing ghosts and chimeras. Clarence has changed a lot since he returned from the war, you know.
Venus, why do you worry so much about your family's reputation?
Everyone laughs at Clarence now. And they avoid me because they believe I share his insane opinions. I'm a leper in my own community.
How have you been since the last time we met? How long has it been? 3 years now?
I've done my duty, like all British women. You have no idea what it was like to wait for months without knowing if I'd still be a wife or a widow.
I understand. Luckily, this part of town has been saved from the worst of the bombings, from what I've seen.
Yes, and it's also true about the epidemic. The flu has killed here too, of course, but not on such a large scale as in other parts of town.
Have you noticed anything peculiar about the neighborhood recently?
You mean except for your return to town? No. Oh, and again, Jonathan, please accept my condolences for your mother and your sister. Such a tragedy.
Why is my return so surprising?
It's more an unexpected happy end than a surprise. You and Clarence, back from the war. You have no idea how hard it's been for me.
Thank you, Venus. It was so sudden, and I've been so busy, I haven't spoken to anyone about it.
I wish I could have assisted at the funeral, but you know, it's been so quick. And what with the epidemic in the streets?
There's no need to apologize, my dear. It's normal, considering the circumstances.
No, it's not. I am sure that Clarence has not even thought to present you his condolences. He is too busy with his penny dreadful stories.
Tell me about Clarence's obsession with vampires.
It drives me so crazy it makes my stomach hurt. I was so relieved to have him back. But I quickly realized he'd lost his mind in France.
I understand your irritation, Venus. But you have to accept the trauma Clarence endured on the battlefield.
The question is simple, Jonathan. Is my husband mad? Yes or no? Do vampires exist? Or is Clarence a lunatic?
Pues déjame que voy a servicio, a hacer pis, ahora vengo.
So you don't believe Clarence?
If poor Mary, bless her soul, had tried to convince you of the existence of bloody vampires, would you have believed her? Seriously?
The important question is, what do you really think of your husband?
I'm tough, Jonathan. He should have told me the horrors he witnessed, however appalling it was, instead of inventing a fantasy about blood-drinking monsters.
What do you think about Clarence squandering his fortune on his obsession?
Soon we'll be poor, and forced to sell the house. Where will we go? In which filthy, infected part of town will we end up? I'm so afraid.
Me falta 2 pistas y me la comeré. Tablets, por aquí. Vale.
Goodbye for now.
A ver, esta vive aquí, ¿no? Tengo que marcarla. Sí, así me acordaré. Es que si no, no me acuerdo. Si no la marco.
Women of all countries unite! Support the
Good evening, old chap. Are you all right?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not a well man.
Do you realize you are ruining your family, Clarence? Don't you see the risk here?
Money isn't important. Not important when it is a matter of life and death. That is what my dear Venus cannot understand.
I can't believe I'm telling you this, but if warning people is that important to you, why not choose a more efficient way to spend your money?
Don't you think I tried? I knocked at every door, went to every bank, I even tried to be published. No, Jonathan. This is a one-man war.
People will laugh at you, if they don't already. Think about your wife and your position. Think about your future.
I understand my wife's embarrassment, but gossips don't kill, vampires do. There'll be no future if people don't open their eyes.
Tienes que mover con ella. Encuentra fértiles sobre la entraña de la bestia contra la violencia de los públicos. Encuentra ese artículo.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep. Hello, Venus.
Hello, Jonathan. Please, come in. I remember when Mary came here with her husband and her son. What do you need from me, Jonathan?
Goodbye for now.
I'm so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
Ahora vamos a... La misión principal, que tenemos que hablar con el presidente del grupo este de los vampiros. Tendría que curarla a esta mujer. Directo.
Women's right to vote is only the first step. Support the equality between men and women.
¿Dónde estás? Tengo que curar a esta chica. ¿Está por ahí?
So cautious now. Oh, they won't approach.
Can I help you, Miss Billow? I'm a doctor.
Yes, you can help me. Free me.
I will take that as a yes, even if I would prefer to help you in another way.
Make it stop. Please.
Vale, todos están en tratamiento. Este no sé quién es. Vale.
I must go now. Goodbye, Miss Billow.
Ahora sí que hacemos la misión principal. Ahora sí, ya toca.
Women's right to vote is only the first
Es que si
step.
nos ponemos a
Women die too in this war.
avanzar la historia y no curamos a la
Support the
gente
equality
se
between
muere
men
y
and
después,
women.
y después no puedes tú coger punto de diferencia. Tienes que vigilar que no estén enfermos. Porque cuando lo están, hay que curarlos. Ahora vamos a ver al rey de los vampiros. Antes estaba aquí arriba. ¿Dónde estás?
I know we're facing a crisis, but I'm shocked no one took the time to clean up the mess inside the club since we were attacked.
We repelled the intruders for now. But how long before they return?
Welcome back to the Ascalon Club, Lance-Bearer. Please tell us the good news. Have you put an end to the epidemic?
My hypothesis was correct. Doris Fletcher was the source of the contagion in this part of town. She was probably the first to be infected.
And you cleansed her before the hunters, I've been told. Well done, Dr. Reed. You thrust your lance and pierced the very heart of the corruption.
I'm just a doctor.
The important thing is, we won a major battle for the survival of London. For that, we salute you.
Thank you, my lord.
Now, I have another task for you. One of the utmost importance. Perhaps even more so than the previous.
I'm listening.
It's time for you to perform a most sacred duty for the club. I want you to recruit a new vampire.
Recruit a new vampire? Are you sending me on some sort of diplomatic mission?
Not exactly. I want you to make Aloysius Dawson the Ekon he deserves to be.
As you wish, my lord.
Good.
Now go.
How would you like me to proceed?
Aloysius is waiting for you at the Dawson estate. Once the deed is done, I'll join you there to celebrate this momentous occasion.
Before I go, I have a few questions.
All right, I'm listening.
Why Aloysius Dawson?
Because he is about to die, and he just may be the most influential man in England. After me, of course.
Did he choose me?
No, I did. My decision is very recent, to say the least, but it is entirely mine.
Does he know I'm coming?
He can't wait to become your progeny, Dr. Reed. Especially now that you have shown how strong your lineage is through your sister.
How would you like me to proceed?
Don't worry. Aloysius has had many years to prepare himself. He has studied our kind for decades.
So shall I just let him drink my blood?
Yes. Aloysius will gratefully sup on your blood. His heart will slow, then stop. But he will rise again as one of us, an immortal.
Is there any danger?
Our blood alters a mortal body so deeply that some don't survive the metamorphosis. They die for good. But Mr. Dawson has been preparing himself for a long time.
You invited Lady Ashbury. Wouldn't that be breaking one of your cardinal rules? No women
Buenas noches, tan
Not allowed as
Dempsey.
members,
¿Cómo
no.
estamos? ¿De dónde
But
eres?
considering the circumstances, I thought you'd like to have her here to witness your triumph.
So it's a temporary admittance, then.
Something of a bargain, considering the crisis we're currently facing.
Goodbye, Lord Redgrave.
Vale, vamos. Bien, ¿no?
Are you all right, Jonathan?
Lord Redgrave has just ordered me to turn Aloysius Dawson, to make him my progeny.
I see. And how do you feel about this?
I'd like your advice on the matter.
The real question here is, why has his lordship given you this task?
Do you think it's some sort of trap?
Do you really want to know what I think about this?
I do, yes.
To make an immortal of a soulless blackguard like Aloysius Dawson will only lead to a disaster for London. The man is already dead inside.
Should I refuse? Perhaps politely suggest that Lord Redgrave turn the man into a vampire himself.
Don't you dare, my dear. According to what I've recently discovered, his lordship could kill you for even broaching the subject.
Really? Why?
I've recently found proof that the Earl of Bristol is of lesser lineage and only capable of creating skulls.
Please tell me more about your recent investigation.
As long as you lower your voice.
What would you have me do about Dawson?
The man is dangerous. Did you know he plans to build a wall to separate the healthy rich from the sickly poor? Do not make him your progeny.
What would you do?
The man's dying already. Let the reaper harvest the rotten fruit that is his soul.
would happen if I made Dawson an Ekon like myself?
You would add a powerful immortal into a suffering world. An immortal who already craves authority.
Maybe I could teach him control, like you taught me. Lead him down the right path.
Mr. Dawson spent his life searching for a way to cheat death. I'm sure he has spent decades dreaming of how he'd spend eternity as a tyrant.
Are you sure your information about Redgrave is correct? He says he's the progeny of the great knight William Marshall, who lived some 9 centuries ago.
That's a lie. Lord Redgrave is unable to create anything but skulls, if the poor souls survive at all.
How can you be sure the information was correct?
I made the acquaintance of a most interesting informer while investigating your maker, from whom I learned the truth about Lord Redgrave.
Why so vindictive? You suddenly sound like you're angry.
Forgive me, Jonathan. I hate myself for it, but I feel such pride in my discovery. I'm afraid I just can't help it.
Which is?
He did serve William Marshall. And yes, the blood he covets as a token does truly belong to that legendary knight. But he was never his progeny. His lineage is not so noble.
Goodbye for now, Elizabeth.
Goodbye, my dear. Please, be careful.
It looks like vampires have to obey Mendel's laws when producing progeny. Powers pass from one generation to another. That's why Dawson wants me to sire him.
Where shall I eat tonight? Good evening, Dr. Reed. A great night, what?
Do you know anything about a man called Aloysius Dawson?
He used to be a big spender. One day, he sent 3 houseboys to buy all the beluga in my shop. For his brother's birthday, if I remember correctly.
I see. Anything else? Less gastronomic, perhaps?
I really can't say. The man is filthy rich. But you know that, of course.
I may have a look at your goods, Mr. Russell.
Have you noticed any...
Good evening, old chap. Are you all right?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not a well man.
What can you tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
Well, I've discovered he's quite versed in occult knowledge. So I wrote him a letter asking him to finance my research about vampires. He never responded.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
A restaurant where the guests are blindfolded before being seated. Intriguing.
I cannot enter. I should find another way to get into the neighborhood. It's locked, all right. I think this passage could lead me close to Aloysius Dawson's mansion.
Vale, pues este debe ser el pasaje secreto. Seguramente. Sí, tiene pinta. ¿Qué está aquí?
It's locked, all right.
You traitor!
Esto era un super boss, ¿eh?
I cannot enter. Louise's father was determined to find and save her. This is despicable.
Tío, estos putos laberintos, me cago en 10. Porque a veces se complican los programadores de hacer cositas así, tío.
It's locked.
Ah, de acuerdo. Ah, bueno, pero pasamos por aquí.
I have this thirst for blood. This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood. This is despicable.
How long are you going to keep me locked in here?
Are you from Ascalon? I don't care!
Disgusting asshole! Vampire or not, I'll never be your wife! Let me go, you bastard! Disgusting asshole! Vampire or not, I'll never be your wife!
Miss Teasdale, are you all right?
How do you know my name? Who are you?
My name is Dr. Reed. I managed to track you down thanks to your father.
So my father really was looking after me. This man, this vampire told me my father was dead. Is it true?
I'm afraid so, miss. I'm so sorry for your loss. But you are free to go, as your abductor is no more.
I suppose my jailer also killed my father, didn't he?
Thankfully, he did not search your father's corpse, where I found his notes describing where he might find you. You should read them.
I must find my father's body. He deserves a proper burial.
Goodbye, Miss Teasdale, and be careful. Until we meet again. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Do you need my help?
Yes, please. Would you be kind enough to tell me what the time is?
That's all you need to know.
Well, is it not important to know? As important as where you are? Or who you are?
I suppose you're right. And who are you then, sir?
I am Agamemnon Baker. Like my brother, I think we need to leave this city immediately. And my brother and I rarely agree on anything.
What can you tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
You should ask that question to my brother instead. Personally, I've not seen Aloysius for many years.
May I ask what you're doing outside at this hour of night?
I don't know. You should ask my brother instead. It was his idea in the first place.
You must have your own ideas.
From what I have managed to understand, I guess we're supposed to wait here. Waiting for someone to come.
May I ask why you've not gone already, if you're so exasperated by this long wait?
I believe fear is holding us back. My brother would have said it's laziness, but it's just because he's prouder than I am.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's the only place I've considered myself happy. Or at least that's what I believe. Unfortunately, it's time to leave.
Why is that?
Because I'm not feeling happy here anymore. Are you?
I still enjoy living in London, no matter how difficult it can be sometimes.
Then I am sincerely happy for you. True happiness in life seems to be the most difficult goal to reach these days.
What can you tell me about your brother?
He's older than me, I think. But the important thing is that I really hope I'll die before him. Grief would just kill me, you know?
Is that all?
Pericles is very attached to this city, and without my insistence, he would never leave this place. We don't often agree on anything, you see.
Who are you waiting for exactly?
The more I think about it, the more I believe it's not exactly a person we are waiting for.
But what else could it be then?
I don't know. A feeling? An event? An impulse? How can I tell? Something that would allow us to leave this trap.
I'm afraid I'm not following you. What kind of trap are you talking about?
Have you ever felt like life trapped you in a role that does not fit you? That you are not in your place? That sort of trap.
Trap? And you think leaving London will free you?
At least it will give us the chance to be free. That's more than our present situation. Hope, Doctor. Hope is what truly drives mankind.
Do you need my medical attention, sir?
Indeed. I've never been good at explaining my feelings, but I can tell when my body is hurting me.
You have nothing to be worried about. You should recover by taking this.
Sounds so easy to fight disease. Too bad it's not the same making people smile again.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Baker. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I be of assistance?
Dr. Reed? Dr. Reed?
Is there anything wrong?
No, it's just... your name sounds familiar. And your face. Have we met before?
I think I would remember. So I suppose the answer is no.
That's odd. I'm certain I've already heard of you. My name is Pericles Baker. Does that mean anything to you?
I'm afraid not, sir. But it's a pleasure to meet you anyway.
The pleasure is mine, I guess. I only wish I could remember when it was that we met.
What can you tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
I've heard this is a man who has searched for his place in the world for a long time. I hope he found it.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Baker. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night?
We are waiting. Waiting for someone.
And why are you waiting for this person?
Because we need to leave this city. As soon as possible.
Why do you want to leave the city?
I'm not really sure.
Can you tell me anything about this district?
As you like asking questions so much, would you allow me to ask you one first?
Please, be my guest.
Do you like this city?
I know we are not living in the most peaceful of times, but I have learned to appreciate London's complexity.
Yes, me too. This city tests us. It invites us to find ourselves, to discover our true nature scattered throughout its dark streets.
But what if we don't like what we find?
Do we ever know who we are? I wonder sometimes. Or maybe it is the journey to find out who we are that changes us.
And what do you do, sir? For a living, that is.
I stopped working when I decided to leave. When I realized what I wanted. Wanted something this city can't provide.
But what were you doing before you took this decision?
Does it really matter anymore? Considering the past seems so pointless to me. I have lived in this city all my life. And now I think it's over.
Tell me more about why you want to leave London, then.
I just don't belong here anymore. I had to convince my brother to leave London because I know we need to find another life out of the city.
Pericles, tell me why your brother disagrees with your presence here.
Agamemnon is naive sometimes. Although don't consider him a fool, sir. He is often more lucid than me.
What can you tell me about your brother?
If you are searching for a pleasant chat, you should speak with him instead of wasting your time with me. He has always been the more gentle of us.
That's it? That's all you can tell me about him?
For the time being. True kindness is the most valuable quality, my good sir.
At least you both have the same difficulty explaining what you're doing, and for what reason.
But is that not a common problem for all mortals?
Do you need my medical attention, sir?
I'm afraid I do. I knew we should have left London.
I don't want to appear tactless, but you're risking your health by remaining outside at this hour of night.
Says the doctor, who also works outside at night. But as always, the imprudent person enjoys the company of their fellows.
Who are you waiting for? I'm sure he has a name.
I really can't answer that question, since I don't know that person.
And why is that?
This person is mostly my brother's acquaintance. I don't even know his real name. Only that this man could help us leave this city once and for all.
But why would you need this person's help to leave London anyway?
Well, I thought we should have left this cursed place already, but my brother convinced me to stay a while longer, and here we are.
Goodbye, Mr. Baker.
Hello again, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Baker.
Good evening, sir. May I ask you what you're doing here at this late hour?
I'm conducting an investigation about the epidemic in this part of town.
And who are you, sir?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. May I ask who you are, and why all the questions?
I'm Detective Inspector Charles Albright from Scotland Yard, and I don't find your answers convincing. What is a Pembroke doctor doing in the West End at this time of night?
I work for the Ascalon Club. Here is my permit to go freely about the city.
The Ascalon Club? You should have said so, sir. I must warn you, these streets are dangerous, and you'd better be careful.
Do you know anything in particular about a man called Aloysius Dawson?
Who doesn't know the man? I think he intervened personally to put an end to the police strike of last August.
What else can you tell me about him?
Aloysius Dawson is exactly the kind of powerful and influential man who could commit murder and get away with it. With just one phone call.
What can you tell me about this district?
I'm the one asking questions, especially when there's a killer on the loose.
What killer?
I'm not going to discuss that with the civilians, sir.
Haven't I told you about the investigation I'm conducting? Perhaps I could help you.
All right, without giving you too much information, I'll tell you this. I'm convinced there is a homicidal maniac on the loose, using the epidemic to disguise his kills.
And what about the epidemic?
We both know the situation is critical, don't we, Doctor? Colleagues of mine die almost every day.
Why are you investigating at night?
Criminals rarely act in daylight, you know. But since you are also a night worker, have you noticed anything strange which requires police attention?
I'd like to report a name, Inspector. Jeffrey McCullum. I'm afraid he's some sort of vigilante, trying to recruit an army of angry citizens.
Then I'll write the name down and transmit this intelligence to the appropriate office. Thank you, sir.
What are you really doing here?
I told you. I'm a detective inspector from Scotland Yard, investigating suspicious cases in the area.
What about the situation in the East End? Why are there no police there to protect the civilians?
I know, it's a shame, but we just don't have enough men to cover the entire city.
Do you work alone?
Yes, the situation is difficult for the police. Many of us are sick, and since the summer strike, most men apply a work to rule on their patrols.
Do you need medical attention, Inspector?
I'm afraid I may have caught something. I don't feel too well.
You'll quickly feel better after taking this.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. I really appreciate it.
What are you investigating, exactly?
I have a missing woman, possibly abducted a few nights ago. Louise Teasdale. It seems you already found my other missing person. Mr. Tadao Kimura.
Tell me about Louise Teasdale.
She's a waitress. Her father reported her missing. We don't have enough men to search for her, sadly.
Do you have any idea where she could be?
No. But I feel she's been abducted. She went to a pub a few nights ago and vanished. I thought about the sewers, but I'm not equipped for such an investigation.
Tell me all you know about that homicidal maniac you're looking for.
I'm not even sure there is only one. The wounds are always the same, but the modus operandi varies. Sometimes violent and brutal, sometimes precise and swift.
How could different killers inflict the same wounds?
That's my main problem. If my theory is correct, maybe we're facing a group of individuals sharing the same violent tendencies. Perhaps a sadist cult.
¿Qué significa la barrita en la izquierda? barritas? Ah, vale, cuando salen las barritas. Ahora te lo explico.
Goodbye, Detective Inspector Albright.
Goodbye, Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Vale. A ver, las barritas. La verde de arriba es su salud. Vale, la verde. La del medio, color amarilla, naranjado, eso es la resistencia. Y lo rojo es su sangre, que está bajo el todo. Entonces, cuando yo veo que me falta salud, cojo un poco de sangre de la mía, la gasto para arriba. ¿Vale? Tú preguntas si no entiendes algo, me lo preguntas. Esto. Entra en la mansión.
Whispers of a son.
It's
So
locked,
many
all right.
signs to interpret. Jonathan Reed. At last we meet. The cards warned me you would visit tonight.
I beg your pardon, sir. Do I know you?
Of course you do. Our mutual friend, Dr. Swansea, can't speak highly enough of you. My name is Usher. Usher Talltree.
You are the leader of the Brotherhood, are you not?
Primate of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, to be precise. I'm really glad we met tonight. I love it when the cards tell me a truth.
The cards told you to expect me.
Yes, they tell me everything.
¿Y lo dejamos?
They've told me of your unquenchable thirst for blood. Be wary, Ekon. I've heard such a rich diet can be bad for the heart.
Mañana tenemos que acabar.
Is there anything you could tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
Aloysius Dawson? Yes, of course. We met on several occasions. With time, he got deeper and deeper into the occult.
He's not the only one. It's been quite the fashion for several decades. The Golden Dawn, for instance, is just one example.
True. Aloysius was a member of the Golden Dawn until 1900. Then his thirst for dark knowledge grew. I'm talking forbidden texts, readings which blackened his heart.
What can you tell me about the neighborhood?
I really don't know. I don't often go outside. And when I do, it's usually to quite distant destinations.
So you see nothing in the stars for me? You're a poor fortune teller, then?
Oh, I can tell you many things. But they will only concern you, not the city. For example, I know that you offered your sister the final rest she asked for.
Do the cards speak of my Mary?
No. It's the burning aura of guilt that precedes you everywhere you go.
Read my fortune, then.
You have been chosen, Jonathan. I see on you the mark of a strong being, so powerful it needn't even reveal its strength.
Can you read the cards for me?
Are you sure you want to know what they will reveal?
Yes, I am.
It will cost you 150 shillings.
Here is the money.
The alchemist. A wise and cunning mind who lives by lying to all but himself. He sells false promises and is proud of it.
Can you read the cards for me?
Put the money on the table then, Jonathan, and open your mind.
Perhaps later. Tell me about yourself. What do you do here, besides turning cards in the middle of the night?
I'm for most a charlatan. For a few, I'm a vampire. And for you, I'm the primate of St. Paul's Stole.
Some believe you to be a vampire. Who?
The Guard of Priwen, who else? For a time, they sent spies to observe my activities, and they even broke into my home to gather proof.
Did they steal anything from you?
A personal notebook they quickly took to their headquarters. All they had to do is to look at me. I'm aging. What better and definite proof that I'm not an immortal?
Do you want your notebook back?
If you ever find it, I'd be glad to have it back, of course. I do ask one thing, though. Do not read it, Jonathan. Some secrets are not meant to be revealed, even to immortals.
For how long have you been a primate?
It was 15 years last year.
What do you make of Dr. Swansea?
Edgar is a brilliant and dedicated man. A man of his time, sometimes a little muddled, but always looking for new paths and new concepts.
Goodbye, sir. Until we meet again.
I rarely wander, yet it amuses me to converse with your kind.
Again, what are the guards trying to tell us?
Good evening, Jonathan Reed. Can I help you in any way?
Do you require medical attention?
If you don't mind.
You'll feel better after taking this.
Thank you very much. I feel better already.
How do you measure the amount of blood on my hands?
I told you. The The cards always tell the truth. Well, most of the time.
Is it possible to tell me my future?
A vampire's fate is much more delicate to read, Doctor. But I can try.
All right. Let me hear it.
You'll cast your heart into the fire without hesitation, Jonathan. For pain is only for the mortals.
I would rather not know. How did you learn about Mary? And spare me the hocus-pocus parlor tricks. The truth, now!
Swansea told me. Don't look at me like that. His task is to observe and gather information about vampires. He had to tell me about Mary.
Mary did not deserve her fate. She had already suffered enough during her life. And yet the pain and the suffering went on after her death.
Suffering is part of the immortal condition. Some prefer to lose their minds rather than face the simple truth. Pain will never stop.
How do you measure the amount of blood on my hands?
I told you. The cards always tell the truth. Well, most of the time.
Is it possible to tell me my future?
A vampire's fate is much more delicate to read, Doctor. But I can try.
May I ask you about the Brotherhood?
Of course. But I must warn you that there are some subjects we consider taboo, in spite of our fondness and acceptance of your kind.
I know there is no love lost between the Guard of Priwen and the Brotherhood. What caused this rift?
It was 1801. The Brotherhood was stronger then, a strength that made them hungry for ever greater power. An argument divided them, and the wound never healed.
What was the nature of the disagreement?
The problem was that both sides considered themselves the legitimate heirs of the original Brotherhood. We divide up the books, the relics, not always fairly or with consideration.
Who founded the Brotherhood?
That's precisely the kind of question I cannot answer. It is delicate and may reveal some of our secret traditions.
So you're not just a club of academics and scholars?
Once upon a time, very long ago, the Brotherhood did more than simply study the vampires. They took actions to eliminate the more ferocious and corrupted.
Goodbye, sir. Until we meet again.
I rarely wander, yet it amuses me to converse with your kind. Perhaps London will survive the epidemic, but I see terrible trials awaiting in the future.
Vale, yo creo que sería mejor dejarlo por aquí.
There's safer places to be than here. One of them!
Dawson's mansion. Here I am at last. But the question remains, am I ready to make a dying man my progeny?
Joder, qué mansión.
Finally, you're here, Dr. Reed. What took you so long?
I had to pass several of your barricades and outposts to access your mansion, sir.
Death, pestilence surround us, and time is against me.
I see you've gathered some of the most expensive, albeit experimental, blood transfusion equipment available. All this could be so useful in a hospital.
Yes. Since Lord Redgrave sent me a doctor to perform my conversion, I thought you might find some of these devices useful.
Most thoughtful. But tonight I'm not here as a physician.
But I feel reassured that a specialist such as yourself would help me to escape the Reaper.
Very well. But before I proceed, I have a few questions for you.
If you must, but be quick, for I don't have much time left in this life.
First of all, I need to be sure that you know exactly what is going to happen to you, sir.
I can assure you I'm as informed as any man can be. I have planned for this moment, Dr. Reed. Planned very carefully.
Believe me, there is a huge difference between reading about vampires and waking up as one. I learned that myself the hard way.
Oh my God, man, stop your whining. I don't have time for your pointless jibber-jabber.
You'll need to feed on warm blood. Blood from mortals. How do you feel about that?
I'm rich, Dr. Reed, and powerful. I'm sure I'll be able to acquire all the blood I need without ever having to sully my own hands.
I will become your maker. Do you understand what that means?
Well, I certainly won't consider you my liege or some such drivel. You can be assured of that.
What do you know about the Guard of Priwen?
What I do know is that I'll crush anyone or anything that would dare to oppose me.
Let's move on then.
Please, I'm cold and tired. I feel my life waning with every moment.
But first, before you embrace immortality, what would you do with such a gift?
That's a rather impertinent question, Dr. Reed, and I will do as I please.
Answer me all the same. What will your first action be as an immortal?
To save London, I will finance the most efficient quarantine ever seen. I will build a wall that will separate the sick boroughs from the healthy ones.
Who gave you the right to decide the fate of thousands of people?
My money. My money and my pending immortality gives me the needed authority, Doctor. I'm a businessman. I'm used to tough decisions.
You really plan to build a quarantine wall across London?
Yes, it will be tall and strong, separating the wheat from the chaff.
Let me guess. You mean to isolate the rich from the poor?
This is a desperate measure for desperate times. England must prevail, Doctor, no matter the cost.
By doing so, you will also create two separate prisons.
Come, sir. An eminent doctor like yourself knows that such radical measures have proved efficient in the past.
Quarantine is not a bad idea, medically speaking. But I'm convinced this epidemic will not be contained by mere walls.
As long as the right people are on the right side of the wall, that's all that matters.
But you can't guarantee infection will not spread. Just one contagious carrier would be enough to create an apocalypse.
The apocalypse is already knocking at the gate. We must be strong now.
What if a new outbreak happens inside your walls? You'll have created a giant trap.
That won't happen. As long as we dispose of anyone that is contaminated as soon as they are spotted.
I've heard enough. It's time to proceed.
At last. All right, do what you have to do. If it hurts, so be it. I've been preparing such a long time for this.
Esto es un dilema, ¿eh? Sacrificar 2000 experiencias durante el proceso. Voy a convertir en vampiro. Si le sentencio, se van a enfadar los jefes, los vampiros. Si lo convierto, es que me cae mal este tío asqueroso. No sé, tío, no sé qué hacer. Es que si lo convierto, perderé 2000 puntos de experiencia, joder. No sé qué hacer, señor. ¿Qué hago? ¿Qué hago? A ver. Sentenciar, tío. A tomar por culo, tío. Sentenciar y a tomar por culo ese tío asqueroso.
You don't deserve immortality, Mr. Dawson.
What? What are you prattling on about?
I don't believe I've ever met a man so bereft of empathy. You, sir, are despicable.
No! Wait! You can't! I made a deal with Lord Redgrave. I'll finance whatever he wants. Please, just ask him.
Sleep now. Rest now. Forever.
I would have lived forever. Who are you to decide my fate? Who gave you the authority?
Reduced in rank for falsely accusing a man of murder. I wonder what Inspector Albright thinks about his punishment.
Is it done, Dr. Reed? Is Aloysius Dawson reborn as expected?
Alas, Aloysius Dawson was not brought back to life after his death. The man is gone.
What? What happened?
He didn't survive the procedure. He was too weak.
This is unacceptable, nevertheless. You were given the simplest task.
Well, get rid of me then.
From now on, you're an outcast. Banished. You are forbidden to ever appear in front of us again. Ascalon will smite you on sight, and your heart will be thrown to the rats.
I'll leave you then. Have fun with your puppets and shadow plays, Lord Redgrave.
Yes, go, traitor, and take that awful creature, that counterfeit of a woman I saw waiting for you, and be gone!
Step away, traitor. Return to your dubious friends and your decrepit hospital. Do not dare show yourself again, you or that monstrosity you bring to my door. Step away, traitor. Return to your dubious friends and your decrepit hospital. Do not dare show yourself again, you or that monstrosity you bring to my door. Step away, traitor. Return to your dubious friends and your decrepit hospital. Do not dare show yourself again, you...
Bueno, señores, vamos a dejarlo ya. Nos vemos esta mañana. No sé a qué hora voy a ponerlo, pero seguiremos con él. ¿De acuerdo? Pues nada, señores. Muchas gracias por todo y nos vemos. Hasta luego. Está interesante, joder.